All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital Daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently December 15th. Few trade setups. I'm looking at a coin short here, COIN. You do have the S&P negative as well as Bitcoin, but you have pockets of strength in the Qs and the Russell 2000. So the Russell was negative quite by a large margin before the dollar softened in the last 40 minutes, but the dollar did have a big spike there. I'm actually looking at QQQ shorts and coin shorts at this level. Coin is looking definitely a little bit more enticing. I'm actually thinking of pulling a trigger on this 151.80 level. So 151.80, we just entered a coin day trade short. It's a starter position, 151.80. So take whatever you would put in this trade and divide it by 4, and we are now accumulating a short on coin at 151.80 there. The Qs are the strongest indice, but maybe we can pick on the S&P 500 since it is negative, but the Qs are trading up nicely in the pre-market right into this pivot zone. We'll see if it breaks. SPY, let's see what the SPY is doing. Natural gas is looking exceptionally bullish here. So for the S&P, what I'm watching is, do we actually trigger this little neckline today? Do we come down and bash it? So that's what I'm watching right now. But I am looking at shorts on the S&P and potentially the Russell 2000 day trade shorts. Already just entered a coin short. Another stock I like on the short side is Snapchat for a day trade short. Snapchat for a day trade trace to the high of yesterday in the pre-market, which was around 17.17, and now it's trading at 17.02. Again, Snapchat I do like on the short side. You have oil up today, and you have natural gas slightly up as well. I'm actually also going to potentially short Snapchat at the open, so I like anything really above the 17 level. Okay. So we have a opening position short on coin. Looking at shorting the S&P or the Qs at the open. You have yields up today, dollars up today. Russell's green in the pre-market, but the S&P is red. So also looking at Tesla potentially as a short. It is green in the pre-market. You do have strength in some semiconductors. But take a look at this. I could see us at least retracing down to this 195 level on the Russell 2000. Mega resistance. All right, I do hold a swing gas. I am looking at a long trade on nat gas. You can see we're trying to perk up right now and break out of this handle formation. So I'm actually going to pick up some BOIL here. BOIL, since we are breaking here. So BOIL I got filled at 20. So I got filled at 27.60. Long on BOIL, short on coin. That's my cat. All right, so let's see if nat gas can continue its little ascent up. Yeah, but it is trying to trigger an inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. All right, I'm going to grab an IWM short at 199.15, 15, short the IWM. Starter position. So we have a short on coin. We have a long on natural gas via Boyle. But look at this hourly chart pattern. If this triggers the upside, takes you all the way to about 260. There's a gap fill that we could even hit today. So day trades, we already are in some day trades here. We're long on Boyle. And we have a Russell, an IWM short. So I shorted the IWM at 199.15. I repeat, 199.15 short the Russell. Something's up with Microsoft. There might be news. I haven't seen anything yet, but there might be news on Microsoft. Big candle down on the coming in pretty swiftly here. We're already up 60 cents on our coin short. Look at coin fall now. This is really good to see. Wow, what a drop there on the Qs. What a drop there on the Qs. So we'll just watch the Coinbase here. We are in the money nicely. Snapchat also looks like a short up here. So you have Bitcoin down 1.94, Tesla slightly green, Microsoft slightly green, NVIDIA slightly green, Apple's turned negative. You have the Qs positive, S&P down, Russell up, dollar up, yields up, gold down, silver down. Let's see what oil is slightly up on the session today. Natural gas is up 1.26%. Oil's up 0.32%. And the SMH is up 0.42%. Gas is trying to squeeze higher here, and this one could actually see a little bit of a short squeeze. Excuse me. Look at that squeeze and coming in natural gas. Look at this squeeze, guys. We are long and strong. Boil. Look at that squeeze. Come on, baby. Hold it. Hold it. So now you have the QQQ coming in pretty sharply here. You do have the Qs coming in very, very sharply here. So things are selling here ahead of the open. There could be news, but you've had a huge bar down on the Qs. The Qs are actually trying to go negative here in the pre-market. So wonderful, wonderful. Look at that bar down on the Qs. There might be news. Whoa, look at that new pre-market low before the open. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Whoa, it's Microsoft is getting hammered. Apple's getting hammered. Microsoft's getting hammered. Everything is coming down right now. Holy moly. What a drop there. What a drop. You now have the Qs almost negative. Holy schmoly. Big, big move down there on the Qs. All right, I'm going to short Snap at the open. At the open, I will short Snap. So the Empire Manufacturing came out, which is what caused this drop. So now NVIDIA is negative, Tesla's negative, Apple's negative, Microsoft's still holding on to some gains there. Amazon slightly green on the session, Meta's negative, and Google, let's see what Google's doing. Google is up on the session just a little bit. All right, so we have 1 minute till the open. Get ready. 1 minute till the market session and open. So we have a long on natural gas. We have a short on coin already. And we have a short on the Russell 2000, all starter positions. And I am looking at shorts on the S&P 500 as well, and Snapchat. So let's get ready here. Bitcoin's falling. Market is open. So you're getting a little bit of a bid. All right, I'm shorting the Qs up here, 404.59. 404.59, short the Qs. 404.59. Starter position. So we are short the Qs at 404.59. All right, coin is working out nicely here. So I'm actually probably going to take some profits on coin and adjust my stops accordingly. All right, 40, 150.40, one position to break even. So 150.40, I covered half the position there. And I'm moving the other half to break even. Stop loss is at 151.80. So we're going to leave runners. All right, let's see how the Qs are performing. The Qs are trying to push back up. You do have some strength in the mega caps that is trying to perk back up. Everything's getting a bounce here. Google. Meta's weak right now on the session. All right, I'm going to add to the Qs at a Pierce of 405. A Pierce of 405. Bucks as well. Short snap at 17 on the money. Dixie's trying to push up, but strength in the Qs, weakness in Bitcoin, strength in natural gas. I'm short Snapchat here at $17. Still holding that coin short with a break-even stop. Still holding a QQQ and a Russell 2000 short. All right, let's play ball. Let's see what type of action we get. SPY is testing pre-market low. So it is testing pre-market low. SPY has actually triggered the head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. Bitcoin's still selling off more now. So coins should see some more weakness. Tesla's coming in pretty sharply. So SPY has triggered this downside move, but we need to see a confirmation close below that neckline. All right, you have the Russell outperforming, moving up. Tesla's getting hit hard. Coin is still under pressure. Snapchat's coming off of the highs, but the Russell's trying to move up here. Microsoft's pushing up pretty steadily. Bitcoin's still under pressure. Dollar tried moving up, but so as long as the SPY trades under this level here, it is still technically a short trade. It's under pre-market low. It is VIX Crush Friday. Typically the VIX closes red on a Friday. SPY's Snapchat, we're in the money by about 5 cents on the trade. You have a lot more weakness creeping into the mega caps, but so the Qs are really the only thing holding this market up. You have the Russell negative. At some point, the Qs will likely see some 199.15. Still holding though. Still holding. We took it at 199.15. This is holding an SNAP short. Wow. I'm taking a QQQ entry again. Second entry if it pushes above 405. We just tapped 405. We did tap 405. Microsoft's ripping here. I haven't got filled on the next entry yet. I want it above 405 on the Qs. Still holding a coin and a snap short and a Russell 2000 short. Russell's coming in nicely here. So the Qs is the strong indice. The Russell's down 0.24. The S&P's down 0.63 and the Qs are positive. So if the Qs start giving it up here, we should see. Let's take a look at Boyle here. So the Qs are still trying to push up here. Strength in the mega caps is prevailing. 0.11. I'm going to move a stop loss on this natural gas Boyle position. So an in the money stop at 27.67. 27.67. Actually, I'm going to move it up to this wick here. 27.79. Let's flip back to the QQQ. It is the strongest indice. SPY is still below pre-market low. Still looking a little weak right now. So we did add to our short right at 405.12. Sorry, 405.11. All right, move is coming up in the indice here. Whoa, what a spike there on the Qs. That was a huge spike. So you still have strength in the mega caps, pushing up, up, up. We're in the money nicely on our UNG. We're in the money nicely on our Boyle position. We're in the money nicely on Russell. I'm actually going to take some profits down here on the Russell. 198.16 cover. If it's off of this trade, I did cover at 198.16 on the Russell. That is a nice move down. So I covered that short on the Russell. Still holding a QQQ short. So we did cover down there at 198.16. Let's look at the QQQ position now. So still holding a Q short, a coin short, and a snap short, and a Boyle long. So our QQQ average, we're basically flat on the position now. We are flat on the position. Our average is sitting at 404.85. 404.85. All right, let's see if the Qs can now start performing sense. Still waiting on Boyle to move higher. BOIL, it's a levered play on nat gas. Bitcoin's trying to get a bounce here along with the indices. You have the S&P. So SPY technically is a short here at this 469.70 area. SPY is a technical short at this area. I haven't taken it yet. Just managing my Q position. But massive strength coming in the mega cap tech. Big strength coming in. Next add level on the QQQ position is above 406. So above 406, we will add 970, 469.70, and I am also going to take profits on my Boyle trade. And I just sold my Boyle position at $28. The day trade, $28. Exit on Boyle. So beautiful job there on that trade. Beautiful job on Boyle trade. So now we have a SPY and a Q short. Let's see, that SPY short. Russell's still coming in, but mega caps are holding strong and firm. I did sell my BOIL at $28. That's just a day trade. I am still holding a still holding a snap short, a SPY short, a coin short, and a QQQ short. Took profits on our Boyle there, so good job. We took profits basically. Still holding that Snapchat short, which we're in the money by about 7 cents. All right, big drop coming in the Qs now. Nice drop coming in. So we're just waiting on the Qs. We're almost in the money on the QQQ position. In the money on our SPY short. Took profits on IWM. Still holding a snap short, which we're in the money. Took profits on natural gas, and we're still riding, still holding up. All right, big flush coming in the mega caps. Now this is maybe where they give it up. All right, big drop coming in the Qs. Look at coin fall here. This is beautiful for our coin short. So now what we do is we lower our stop. So we took it at 151.80. We covered half the position. I am going to adjust my stop now down at 150.18. 150. Look at this dump on coin. Bitcoin is falling. Wonderful job. Huge volatility. Lots of gamma in this market. I'm still holding my Q short. I am still holding my Q short. Tesla appears to be weak on the session as well. It's negative. So look for continuation weakness to maybe creep into Amazon as well. But Qs are getting a big bid up. Still hold SPY short. SPY, we are in the money. SPY is below pre-market or above pre-market lows, so that's technically holding up. But we will see. Lots of negative gamma in this market. All right, SPY's trying to push back up here. Still holding a Snapchat short. QQQ is getting rejected at pre-market high. SPY is getting rejected at pre-market. NVIDIA, Microsoft still holding up. Google's also positive. Meta's also positive. The semiconductors are potentially starting to weaken. Coin is getting still demolished. Bitcoin's getting hit hard. Tesla to trigger a head and shoulders. It hasn't done so yet, but since it's been weak all day, Tesla might also be a short. What I'm looking at on Tesla is if we get a move, and the Qs are also falling now, so we're now in the money on our SPY, our Qs, our Snap. Great job. Great job. The VIX is starting to uptick just a tad here. Who's getting pummeled there, RW? We took profits on our IWM already. We're in the money on our on our Qs. These are just day trades there. If you've seen been watching the stream there, RW, I mean, we've been closing some winners, so it's we're in the money on positions right now. So if you want to buy the market up here, be my guest. Be my guest. But we took profits. We're still riding our coin short down. We're in the money. Took profits on half. We took profits on natural gas long. We took profits on our Russell 2000 short. This is what makes a market, right? SPY is under pre-market low again, getting rejected. Let's see if the Qs can break this little neckline. That has been the strong on. NVIDIA is now perking up. All right, I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on my SPY short at 469.70. So break even on my SPY short at 469.70. So we're just protecting that trade. So basically we shorted SPY right at that retrace here. When it hit, just let the chart load for a second. May go to all-time high there, RW, but this is just a day trading stream. You have to understand the difference between day trading and swing trading. Most of the times I'm out by when we're in the money already, and we've already taken profits on the likes of Coin, still riding Snapchat share. And I'm actually going to move my coin stop down to 149.45, 149.45, adjusting my stop on Coin and protecting my Snapchat trade. I'm going to put my Snapchat stop loss at 16.95. 16.95, my Snapchat stop loss, and my Coin stop loss is now sitting at 149.45. 149.45. So we have protection on the trades. We have protection on the trades. The Qs are basically coming right back up. SPY may stop us out, but that's okay. We're still protecting the trade. We're still in the money, profitable. We've already taken profits on Coin, natural gas long. Coin even more so now. Bitcoin's under a lot of pressure. All right, SPY hit our stop loss there. It's still technically in a bearish environment, SPY, because it's underneath that key trend line. But mega caps are firming up here, so we may see the market push up here. We may see the market push up. I'm actually going to cover my Snapchat short if it hits that stop loss at 16.95. I'm still holding. We're losing pre-market low on Snapchat. But we have a stop loss on the SPY, which was triggered. It is still technically a short underneath the resistance trend line. You can see here on the SPY. All right, I'm entering SPY short again, 469. So we get a 1 minute close above these two trend lines. Nat gas can be bought back on the retrace. All right, I'm going to also pick up maybe a Russell 2000 short. I'm just watching it closely. I am seeing the dollar starting to uptick. All right, I'm going to go short through IWM, 198.30, short the IWM. So this is a second dip on the IWM. Starter position again, 198.30, starter position. And if you wonder why I'm constantly picking on shorts right now, the market's been up 7 weeks in a row. 7 weeks in a row. If you want to be a FOMO chaser, by all means, but that's just not how I trade. I mean, there's many different ways to make money in the market. So RW, you may be killing it, but I can't chase the market when we're up 7 weeks in a row. All right, Russell's pushing up again here. Still holding a Q short, a SPY short, and a Russell short, and a Snapchat short with a stop loss in the money. Actually buy Nat gas. All right, here comes the Qs. Still holding SPY short, Q short. Tesla's weak and vulnerable. It's been red pretty much all day since the Qs have been up. But NVIDIA is acting strong here. NVIDIA is acting strong, so that's going to help lift the Qs. Microsoft's starting to come in just a little bit more now. Let's see if we can break this trend line on the Qs. You're potentially forming a right shoulder, a right head and shoulders. So far, the Russell's now coming in as well. SPY's still down more than fight. Still holding a snap short. QQQ, which were basically flat. SPY were in the money and the Russell were in the money. And again, these are just day trades. Thanks, Steven. Appreciate that backup there. Yeah, I guess he might have. He might have also missed where we went from puts, writing 0DT puts, then flip to calls, So that's okay. I mean, it doesn't bother me when people have an opinion. I like hearing different opinions. So we're holding this Q short, we're in the money. We're holding this SPY short, which we're in the money. We're holding a snap trade. That was an excellent trade. And we're just going to be patient here. SPY is under pre-market low, so it keeps getting rejected here. Qs, if it triggers this neckline break, then it has a little bit of a head and shoulders target, takes you to gap fill. Potential bear flag forming Snapchat. This one looks like it wants to move lower. Yields are back to the negative side. Only the 2-year yield is up now. To potentially move higher. You have Bitcoin down 2%. AMD is still positive. NVIDIA is up 1.18, so it is outperforming in the mega caps. The VIX is green. Russell's still negative, but trying to flip to the positive side. You have a potential head and shoulders on the Qs forming. SPY is still being rejected under that neckline of its 10-minute head and shoulders, and it has triggered the 10-minute head and shoulders. You haven't got a confirmation candle. It's trying to push up now, but it has technically triggered. Obviously, if you get above the neckline on the SPY ETF, then it negates it. Apple's still negative on the session, but you have some strength in some of the semiconductor names. So we have an in the money stop on Snapchat. which can possibly be triggered. Still writing coin shorts down, Q shorts, SPY shorts, and Russell shorts. We're in the money on our SPY. We're in the money on our QQQ. Sorry, we're basically flat on our Qs. Bitcoin 949. All right, I'm shorting Tesla 259, 249.49. Starter position. It's just a starter day trade position. Qs are right at that neckline. Still holding snap short, coin short with in the money stops on both, so the trades are risk free. We are holding a SPY short in the money. No stop loss in place right now. We're holding a Russell 2000 short slightly out of the money, but it's just a starter position. We still have 3 extra entries. We already took profits on a Russell. We're holding a QQQ short, which we're flat on as well, and then a Tesla short. All of these are entry positions right now. They're going to break out. Time will tell. Qs are pushing up, so it's going to help Tesla push as well. But Tesla's been negative despite the Qs being up, so we're trying to pick on a little bit of a relative weakness play here. Let's move back to the QQQ chart. We can clearly see we're still just carving out a potential right shoulder. Obviously, if you get above this pivot here, then that shoulder is negated. SPY is still hovering at pre-market low, finding a lot of sellers. It's the indice that is red with the Russell 2000. Q positive. You have strength in NVIDIA, Google holding this market up. Bitcoin, all right, coin stopped us out on the second half at 149.45. So we got stopped out on the second half of our coin short for a lovely gain. We shorted at 151.80 down to 149.45. So nice job. Snapchat also stopped us out at 16.95. So Snap and Coin, those trades we took profits on according to our stop losses. Qs are pushing up here. Still interested in maybe Snap again. All right, Snapchat is coming up into this resistance pivot again, just on the 1 minute. This would be the next short level. Huge volume. I am actually going to short Snapchat here. 16.99 again. 16.99. Starter position. Huge volume off of that resistance, which tells me that there's some sellers there. Some sellers. Did you see that big volume candle there on the 1 minute? Very similar to this volume that shot you up. So we're back in Snap. We're still holding our QQQ, which is slightly against us. Our SPY, they are trying to negate the right shoulder here. It is trying to break out of this wedge. We'll see if it can do it. So we have I'm going to put a stop loss on SPY at break even. So 469.62 break even stop on SPY. Coin is coming back down. Up to 406.54 on watch. But considering the S&P is still so weak and the Russell's also weak, it's going to have to be a pretty big divergence from mega caps in order for that to do so. But it's not impossible. It's not impossible. So we're in the money on our IWM. We have a break-even stop on our SPY trade, which we're basically slightly in the money. Snapchat's also pushing up, diverging from the Russell. All right, Qs, if we pierce this high pivot zone, I will add to my Qs again. So anything above 405.54, we have room to add to the position if need be. Semis are still remaining strong on the session. Yields are back to the negative side. Dollar is still positive. SPY may stop us out with a break even. I'm going to add to my Snapchat position at pre-market high, which is around 17.17. You have a lot of sectors red. The only sector green today is technology, XLK, and materials, XLB. So all sectors are red except for technology and materials. Copper's down, lumber's down. So we'll see if mega cap tech can keep this market propped up. All right, so SPY hit our stop loss there, break even. Stop loss SPY was tapped at a break even. Qs are trying to consolidate to move higher. All right, I'm adding to my Tesla short 251.63. So strength in the semiconductors, which is propelling the Qs higher. Likes of AVGO still ripping. All right, so big candle down in the Qs coming in. Big candle down in the Qs. Qs still haven't taken out the high of the day. SPY is still getting rejected at the neckline. Tesla short. Tesla's coming in pretty hard. Take a look at this drop on the Qs now. They're just ripping everyone now. Now they are ripping back everyone to the neckline. Seeing it here. Bitcoin's still weak on the session. Tesla, we're almost in the money on our short. 2 entries short on Tesla. We still have another 2 entries to maneuver. Still have another 2 entries on our Q position to maneuver. And just like that on the Qs, we're basically right back to break even. We're flat on the trade. We're flat on the trade. SPY and Russell still negative. Still holding a negative short on the SPY. Take a look at that failed breakout potential. This is now triggering a head and shoulders on the Qs. 1 minute chart. Head and shoulders is triggering here. Downside basically takes us to that gap fill. Should see that gap filled. I mean, downside is 403. Come on. Tesla, we're flat, still holding that snap short. Coin, again, looks like a continuation move down. Semis are now starting to weaken. No worries there, John C. Much appreciated, man. Yeah, listen, I mean, there's still going to be opportunities. Even if the market's up 7 weeks in a row, there's still some stocks that can keep going higher and higher. It's just the broad market is overbought. You know, when you have 90% of your stocks trading above the 50-day moving average, if you look back at history, typically that's when corrections do start. Just because, I mean, the risk to reward setup for investors is absolutely, you know, the squeeze has happened. The squeeze has happened. This is where people typically start buying and chasing, and that's when you often get hurt. Now, could it go higher? Yeah, absolutely it could. But it's just always analyzing the risk to reward setup. So Bitcoin is still phenomenally weak on the session. But the Qs are moving right back up here. Moving right back up. SPY is still underneath that bearish neckline. but mega cap tech is still holding firm here. NVIDIA is just grinding higher. 10-minute bullish pattern on NVIDIA, 10-minute bearish pattern on Microsoft, 10-minute bullish pattern on Apple forming. So Apple's on watch for a potential inverted head and shoulder. All right, the Russell just went positive now. The Russell did just go positive. S&P still negative. Russell's back to the negative side. Qs are trying to push up. So again, anything above 406 will add to our QQQ position. We still have 2 more extra entries on the short side. 2 more extra entries. Snapchat, we just have 1 starter position. Above 1717, I'll add to my snap position again. Russell 2000, we just have 1 entry on the short side. The next entry I'll add is at 199 or above 199. Yields are back to the red side yet again. So again, we'll see if the market has a character change where yields are now red again. Will the market continue to rally? But again, SPY is down, a whole 1% divergence from the Qs and the SPY. So at this point in time, what is going to take precedence? Is the SPY going to prevail today, being negative, or is the Qs going to prevail today? Trace on Boyle. So here, starter position 2748, entry on Boyle. 2748 entry on Boyle. And we've retraced basically now on Boyle. So 2748, I am long Boyle. This is high risk because it is a levered play. Riding it for 40-cent gain from 2760 all the way to 28. Now we're back in it again. Qs are pushing back up to the high side. So they are trying to break out the Qs. Tesla's pushing up here. Let's flip back to the QQQ. So the Qs are pushing up. New high of day on the Qs. SPY is still trying to get above that key neckline area. Russell's still acting weak. So I'm still holding my Russell 2000 short. That's diverging. It is going lower as the Qs are marching higher. I have a 2 forced position in the Qs. I'm waiting till we get above 406 on the Qs to potentially add. I am seeing the Russell. We're nicely in the money on the Russell. That's falling. We're in the money by about 30 cents. It is falling sharply. Still waiting on Snapchat. We're long Boyle again. That one is bouncing nicely. Qs are pushing up still. So the Qs are now up 0.59%. The Russell's down 0.3. The S&P is down 0.46. So really what we're observing in the market is a big rotation back into tech and back out of S&P 500 and small cap stocks. At this point, Apple is triggering an inverted head and shoulders in the 10-minute. So we can actually look for a long trade once we get a retrace. Once we get a retrace back to the neckline breakout, we can look for a long entry. But it's not quite ready just yet. I'm still holding a Tesla short, a Q short, this 10-minute neckline that it triggered. So I'm actually going to grab a SPY short here at 469.72, 469.72. So we keep getting rejected at this key neckline, and that's what I'm seeing as a big resistance point on the SPY. Big level for the SPY. If it can get above, then we have potentially an attack at the gap fill, which would propel the markets pretty decently higher. But if we keep getting rejected here, then we should see downside in the market. But as of now, we are getting rejected off that key zone yet again. So it's a bear gap that is open. The bulls have tried now for the last morning session, basically for the last 50 minutes to try to get above that. We're still holding a snap short, a Russell short, a SPY, and a Q short, and a Tesla short. And then a Boyle long. Boyle's actually coming into the next support. So I'm going to be adding at 26.90, a pierce of 27 bucks, basically. You have the Russell chopping in the midpoint. Qs are above its pre-market high. Russell below, SPY still negative on the session. Coinbase is starting to uptick again. That's another short. 149.65 short on coin. 149.65 short on coin. It's in a downtrend today. So we just picked up another short at 149.65. Look at that SPY drop getting rejected off that key trend line. And I also picked up another coin short because I'm seeing weakness in Bitcoin continuing down for this drop. Now we've been putting in bearish consolidation. Let's see if we can ride coin down again if we trigger this bear flag break. So 149.65 we entered on the short side. Again on coin. It's a starter position on coin yet again. Coin is below pre-market low. The next entry on coin will be right at that pre-market. Back to the S&P. Big bounce on the S&P coming in. Three times. Fourth time the charm? Maybe. Next short level on Tesla, I will add to the position basically above 253. Above 253. Still holding a Boyle long, starter entry. All right, S&P will close on the SPY there. We'll see if we can push. We need to confirm above this 1 minute candle. So far you are. We'll see though. So far you're getting a nice little push. The market It is a 10-minute chart pattern, so you'd love to see the 10-minute candle close inside of that gap window, which we'll have in 2 minutes and 27 seconds. We will see that 10-minute candle. It is looking positive at this point in time, so just trail your risk, and we may stop out of the trade because that is technically the bullish gap window. You know, you kept rejecting on the 10 minutes. Rejected now after making a real attempt in there, then that's going to be a potential opportunity to go long on some individual names. I'm still holding my short though. It's just a starter position on the SPY too, so it's only a 1/4 entry, 2/4 on the Qs, 1/4 on the Russell, 2/4 on Tesla, 1/4 on Coin, 1/4 on Snap. So we have lots of maneuverability. Bitcoin just made a new low, so that should push Coin lower, but Coin is not selling off as hard because of the fact that the indices are strong or trying to make a little bit. Google weakens, so look for communication stocks. XLC, maybe Meta also falls, but Google is falling here. It's almost to the negative side despite the strength in the Qs. So you look at where the strength is coming in the Qs, and it's mainly from NVIDIA, Microsoft. All right, SPY is pushing up, so 50. This comes support, this 4. Apple's trying to go back to the negative side. Apple had triggered an inverse head and shoulders. It's retesting the neckline. If this neckline fails on Apple right here, which I'll actually show you, it needs to hold this neckline on Apple because it did break out. It had a technical breakout. You're doing their back test right now, the 198 level. If it doesn't hold, then that becomes a failed breakout on Apple. Right now it's holding. A retrace could technically be bought. I'm not buying it right now, but I'll try to show you once this chart loads. QQQ is moving up. All right, I'm adding to 0603. So it brings my average up now to 405.55. So you can retrace here on Apple. It's trying to hold above this neckline. So it broke out. Never confirmed on the 5-minute, but it is trying. But I did add too short at 406 time. Let's see if Apple holds this area. Still holding my SPY short, even though we did get that positive 10-minute close. Still seeing weakness in the Russell 2000. Watching Apple closely. Apple needs to confirm this breakout on this head and shoulders, but if we get a close back below this neckline, this could be a failed pattern. We're flat on our Boyle trade, slightly negative on our Snapchat, but it's a starter position. Slightly negative on the Qs, slightly negative on the SPY, positive on the Russell. So the QQQ is seeing a little bit of selling here. Microsoft's firming up. NVIDIA is seeing really its first sell side candle. So NVIDIA is now starting to come in. I'm still holding a Tesla short, a Snap short, Q short, SPY short, and a Russell short. And we did add that 406.03 level on the Qs. Let's flip back to the 1-minute chart. It's now down 0.72%. Nat gas is coming in. So our average on the Qs is 405.55. We basically added at that 406.03 area, our last entry. Bitcoin, more weakness is creeping into Bitcoin. Qs are pushing up. Qs look like they want to make a new high of day. All right, so Apple's falling below the neckline again, but you still have the Qs pushing up. So Apple is dipping below that neckline. It's trying to catch a bid now. SPY is pushing up, trying to go back to the green side. Still have the Russell and the SPY negative, Qs positive, up 0.82%, a fairly large divergence from the Qs and the SPY. You still have the majority of the sectors red, but you have tech, staples, and XLY positive, and materials. I'm still holding my coin short, my snap short, my SPY short, QQQ short, and Russell short. So we're shorting all of the indices right now. Slightly out of the money on the Qs with an average at 405.55. We have one more entry on the Qs. We only have a starter position on the SPY. We have a starter position on the Russell. All right, I'm adding to my SPY short here at 470.15. 470.15. I just got filled on a 96. 469.96. SPY is still trying a bit of a bull flag breakout here. Bitcoin is below 42,000 now. Take a But take a look at that Bitcoin sell. Bitcoin is now down 2.7. That is helping our coin short. And it should change the sentiment in the QQQ market. If they see Bitcoin selling the Qs, often Bitcoin reacts because of the dollar. Coin is 149.65. We've already traded this once before. Now we're looking to potentially trade it again. Let's see the Qs. Still holding a QQQ short, slightly out of the money, but not by much. SPY is seeing some buyers step in. All right, so here comes the Qs testing support. This was your big fake breakdown over here. So this trend is still technically intact. You're hitting support right now. High risk long play here. Tupperware Brands, TUP. Full disclosure, I do hold this as a swing. I won't give you my entry, but I'm going long at 190 CP long, seeing volume increasing. So 197 long on TUP, 197 long on TUP. This is a high risk play. 197 long on TUP. I'm starting to see the volume increase. See if we can get a squeeze play. Basically, my stop on TUP is going to be, I'm going to risk, let me just see what a percentage move this is. I'll put a stop loss down here at 194. Bitcoin's selling harder. Bitcoin is a little bit harder here because Bitcoin is absolutely selling ferociously right now. We want to see coin break this bear flag. We are in the money nicely on coin. Still holding my SPY, QQQ, Russell short, Snap short, and Tesla short. Apple failed a breakout, so watch for weakness in the Qs because I'm going to add to my Snap short at 1711. I just added to my Snap short at 1711. So it's a second entry short. My average now on Snap is 1705. 1705. Qs are pushing up, SPY's pushing up. So still short coin here. 149.65 is our entry. Still short coin. is still selling. Apple's coming in now. Apple's back to the negative side, so we'll see if that hurts the Qs at all. Apple going back to the negative side. We'll see if that hurts the Qs. And on rising wedge patterns typically end in bearish price action. So we'll see if this wedge breaks. Typically rising wedge patterns do break to the downside. So our average on the SPY is sitting at 469.96. Bitcoin's still selling hard here. All right, I'm going to look for a potentially taking profit soon on my coin trade, but I'm still holding for more downside. Still long Boyle, long TUP. TUP, we're in the money by about 2 cents. Boyle, we're basically flat on that trade, up a few pennies on the trade. So our two long trades are acting well. Our short trades are still not cooperating yet, but coming in now. Again, I'm seeing one thing I don't like about this market right now is that Apple failed its inverse head and shoulders breakout. Typically from Apple leaning bearish, plus small caps are weak on the session. Plus Bitcoin's also weak. Dollar's trying to push higher here off of a bull flag. We have a bull flag on the 10-minute chart that's looking likely to break out. Look at this TUP, guys. We might be in squeeze mode. The volume is increasing. The volume is increasing nicely. Q trade. Take a look at this. Natural gas, we're now in the money on our Boyle trade. So it's now trading at 27.66. Again, take a look at this. Q is now selling just like that. We had that failed breakdown on Apple, and now the Qs are coming into the support zone. You need to hold this as a bull. This is the last line in the sand. If you lose this downsloping trend line, you're probably going to test the low here. Okay. QQQ pre-market highs at 404.97. SPY, the Dixie chart in the indices. So SPY, we're back underneath that key trend line that we were watching. This is one of the reasons why we went short. Look at natural gas and Boyle. Our Boyle trade is absolutely flying now. Beautiful job on Boyle and nat gas on the long side. So we're now in the money on all of our trades except for the Russell 2000 and Tesla. We're in the money on coin short. We're in the money on our QQQ. We're in the money on our SPY. And Boyle's absolutely ripping here. So we entered at 27.48. Underneath, SPY positive. So remember, I said this upsloping wedge pattern is typically ends in bearish price action most of the time. And look, we got that big break. And now you're back underneath this key area here. I'll show you here. Tesla, we're seeing Tesla coming in. Apple's back to the negative side. Microsoft's still holding firm. So we're back inside this key M-top head and shoulders pattern. So the downside of this pattern, since we keep getting rejected, is still technically valid. You know, you could see a move down to 464. I'm not saying that's going to happen today. That's not my base. And this trend could be switching to a mega downtrending day. It's about a 1.18% drop on the SPY. It could happen today. We have certainly not had a big down move of that nature. And with the weakness in Bitcoin, the failure of the bullish pattern on Apple, you know, weakness in the S&P since the market open, don't be surprised if we have a downtrending session. All right, I'm going to I'm going to move my stop loss up on Boyle. We're in the money by about 32 cents a share, now 33. This is pushing up nicely on Boyle. I'm just going to protect the trade with a break-even stop loss at 27.48. So we have, after taking profits once already, up at 28 bucks. I'm just going to actually put an in the money stop here, 27.56. So just adjust that on your charts. Adjust that on your charts. All right, let's flip back to the QQQ position. We're flat on that. We are slightly out of the money on our Russell. Trying to Bitcoin's getting a bounce now. SPY is still getting rejected at that key trend line of resistance. SPY is probably on SPY. All right, so they're buying SPY back up. They are buying the indices right back up. Coin trade 149.65. SPY and Qs are pushing. SPY is back above this key trend line. Needs to break out of this consolidation. Still holding that Boyle long. Still holding Tupperware Brands long. SPY short, Q short, Russell short. Russell's moving up nicely. Tesla we're still holding as well. That one's pulled in, but still positive. Added to my Snapchat short at 1722. 1722. It's a 3/4 position short. My average now is 1712 on Snap. 1712 on Snapchat. SNAP. So you have strength in semis, strength in semiconductors. All right, Boyle's back to $28 on Boyle. Boyle is back to $28, $28.05. It's climbing here. I am going to adjust my stop loss here some more on Boyle. Natural gas is flying here. It's trying to make another big push up. So I'm going to adjust my stop loss on Boyle now to 27.75. 27.75. You can see right at this impulse green candle. Tapping double top. 406.30 is double top. All right, I just exited my Boyle trade at 28.20. 28.20. I just exited my Boyle trade. 28.20, and it is ripping here. It's flying, but I exited at 28.20. Boyle, look at nat gas go. Wow, what a rip. What a rip. Look at this rip. But I sold my Boyle at 28.20. That's 2 times we've traded Boyle today. Probably goes higher, but that's enough for a day trade levered play for me. Boom, boom, boom. We just sell it into strength. That's a nice little win from 27.40 to 27.80. We played that twice. Beautiful, beautiful job. Let's flip back to the SPY and the Qs. Still holding a snap short and a coin short. Tesla short. All right, at 5. Brings my average up to 198.72. So I did add to the Russell 2000 short. Still holding Tupperware. So the Russell's still flying now, surging up higher. SPY is pushing up, trying to go green on the session. It's still down 0.32%. The Russell flipped back to the green side here. All right, I'm going to add to my Russell here again, 190. It's a 3/4 position. So you're seeing strength coming back into the S&P and the Russell, while the Nasdaq takes a little bit of a breather. TUP long took profits on natural gas. The S&P firm up and the Qs seeing some distribution. Still many sectors red, but you have had some more green start to appear on the screen. Still had that failed bullish pattern on Apple. NVIDIA's pulled in from the highs here just a little bit. You can see this is the next support trend line that the Qs are now riding. Tesla short, QQQ short slightly out of the money, SPY short slightly out of the money, Russell short were almost in the money. Took profits on Canopy, riding a TUP. Tesla's starting to push back up a little bit. 5-minute bear flag on the Apple chart. Microsoft's looking a little more bullish. Google's looking like the sellers are coming into play. Amazon's holding up fairly well at these levels. Nvidia's coming in from the high, but still holding up relatively well. Yields are still negative. The 2-year yield is green though. VIX is negative. But you do have UVXY seeing some accumulation. Still riding a coin short, in the money on that. It'll be interesting to see if the SPY can actually go green on the session. You've had the Russell now flip green in a pretty big way. So continuation move into small caps on this Friday. And again, semiconductors are still really strong today. Google's at the negative side. All right, I'm going to add to my Tesla short here at 252.20. 252.20 brings my average up to 3/4. 251.40 on the short, which is more of a speculative squeeze play. We took profits on natural gas twice today. Whoops, that's the wrong Tesla chart. TSLA is the ticker. Still have maneuverability in our QQQ position and our SPY and Russell. We have a 3/4 position short on the Russell. We have a 2/4 position short on the SPY, and we have a 2/4 position short on the Qs. We have a 3/4 position short on Tesla. Tesla potentially watching this little micro head and shoulders breakdown on the 1 minute chart. So our average now is 251.40 on Tesla. But the SPY is still holding up, trying to push higher here. So are the Qs and the Russell. Snapchat's coming in. Three, 4%. Let's see if there's any headlines coming in here. So the Russell's getting rejected at the high of day. Qs are still trying to curl up. SPY is curling down. Still seeing a 5-minute bear flag on Apple. Amazon's pulling in from the highs now. Microsoft's pulling in from the highs. So is NVDA. Tesla, we're waiting on Tesla on the short side. Semis are still strong. So semis are kind of keeping this market buoyant through the SOXX. Strength in NVIDIA, AMD, AVGO. AVGO is an important name. Again, AVGO is up 3.29%. Again, just marching higher and higher and higher here. And it is the heaviest weighted stock in or semiconductor. Breaks out of this range, expect an indices sell-off. And we are seeing the SPY trying here. Getting Snapchat saw a pretty hard down candle there. All right, SPY is seeing some heavy selling. So are the Qs. Look at Snapchat coming in there. Let's flip back to the SPY because it is now trying to go back underneath that key resistance trend line. Apple selling hard. Tesla, we're now flat. Let's see if the Qs and Russell go back negative. Let's see if the Russell goes negative. Dixie's breaking out here, up 0.5%. Russell's getting slammed. We're in the money nicely on the Russell. We're flat on our SPY, basically flat on our Qs. In the money, or flat on our Snapchat. In the money on our Tesla. In the money on our coin. So things are looking a little bit more optimistic now. It's just a matter of patience. Accumulating shorts on this market. Buy short, and this one could drop pretty nasty. Look at that retrace. Back up to the high pivot. So you had your rising wedge, big breakdown, retrace all the way up. If we get a close back underneath this on the 10-minute chart, that's not going to be good. Just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. All right, so we are in the money on our Tesla short. This is breaking down. It's triggered a head and shoulders on the Y. Is back to the negative side along with the Russell 2000. So we saw that initial pop trying to suck in more liquidity, and now we're seeing the market sell off of the dollar firming up. SPY, we're in the money. Tesla, we're in the money. Coin, we're in the money. Snapchat, we're in the money. TUP, we're in the money. So we're in the money on every single trade right now, but it's still very, very early in the session, and I want to see some more downside. I personally want to see some more downside. See, we got above it, got rejected, got back above it, got rejected. No confirmation occurred on the SPY, and we're actually losing above pre-market low, but we're underneath this key trend line. So watching that closely on the charts. The Russell, we're in the money nicely. Our SPY average is sitting here at 469.96. Our Russell average today, based off of what I'm seeing now in NVIDIA, Amazon pulling in from the highs, same thing with Apple having that failed pattern. Look at the Russell sell. So what an epic liquidity grab, and then they sell right into that liquidity. Super fascinating how that always seems to happen. Everything's getting a nice little bounce right now. I think your bigger support on the Russell comes in and around this trend line. So perhaps a little bit more downside. If you break this trend line, I mean, the support on the Russell then triggers basically, let's see what we can look at on the 10-minute chart. You know, you've just been hard, but you never know. Tesla, big bounce. Same thing with Apple, tech. Everything got a really big bounce there. Dixie's starting to soften again, so that's going to probably help the market. The Dixie softening will help the market. But IWM getting rejected off that key level. SPY and Q are firming up. SPY is back above that key. Let's see what the QQQ is running into now. Big bounce coming in the Qs. Apple still seeing some selling. If Apple's still selling, it usually does create a bit of a drag, but we are bouncing off of support like we're supposed to on the Qs here. But we've broken this little uptrend line. You can even see here, this is probably the trend that we're rejecting at now. Pivot to pivot to pivot, retrace, rejection. Let's see if we get continuation move. Russell's still selling hard. We're in the money nicely on the Russell. Come on, Russell, break it down. We're in the money on our Snapchat. Tesla, we're in the money. That's acting well. So this is where things get interesting. Rather interesting. Still holding a coin short, Snap short, Q short, SPY short, Russell short, and a Tesla short. We are in the money on all positions, and it is selling fairly decently right now. Google's back to the negative side. Meta's up 1.23%. AMD's up 0.7%. Tesla's negative, down by 0.24%. Remember when Apple was triggering a trend day based off of the price action in the Qs? It looked as if it was coming to do that, but right now Apple had that failed inverse head and shoulders pattern back below the neckline. Now it could for a larger right shoulder, but we just have to wait and see. You really don't want to take this pivot out. All right, back to some profits. I'm thinking of trimming some profits here on the Russell and let you know if I do. We are still holding this upsloping trend line from this pivot to this pivot to this pivot, but we're testing that area right now as we speak. Since the Qs and the SPY are getting rejected, I almost want to hold this a little bit more. But I mean, we do have Russell short exposure through some other names. All right, I'm going to cover my Russell here at 198.21. 198.21 cover on the Russell. So we shorted from 199.04 all the way down to 198.21. I just covered my Russell 2000 short. Tesla short, Snap short. Snap, we're in the money by about 3 cents. Coin, we're in the money by about 50 cents. SPY, we are basically just slightly out of the money. Qs were flat. Qs are getting a bid higher now. Russell's selling harder now. The Russell is selling harder. Notice the SPY is re-challenging the same key. Yeah. But Apple's moving down. So Qs are still holding. SPY is negative. Russell's negative. Lots of volatility in the market. Weakness in Apple, weakness in Tesla, strength in Microsoft and NVDA. Amazon's now starting to come in as well. It's catching up on that sympathy weakness from Tesla. Remember, Tesla has triggered that smaller term snap short, coin short, SPY short, Q short, and Tesla short. In the money on everything right now except for the QQQ position. Yes, Stephen, yesterday in my group chat saying that shorts are actually favorable off of the open. And if you took my alert, but you can see in the market yesterday, I'll show you the price action that unfolded. 05 all the way down. So I did alert my members of that trade. Right now we're seeing a big bounce coming in on Tesla. Big bounce on Tesla. Qs are bouncing as well. SPY is still testing that little neckline area. All right, Coin just stopped me out on break even. So Coinbase stopped me out on a break even there, 140. Apple's firming up here. So the Qs are now probably going to get a big bid here because Apple's firming up, Tesla's firming, Microsoft's going for a high of day, looking to potentially get off that neckline as we speak. Amazon's selling off a little bit more. Amazon's still up 1.23%. You can see Tesla's getting rejected. Tesla did hold this breakout support zone. That's why we're bouncing, but we're seeing if we can get back above this neckline. Snapchat 3-minute bear flag is forming. That one looks likely to go lower. QQQ is going for high of day. Tesla's still fighting this neckline. One of the reasons the market's bounced again is because the Dixie softened. The Dixie did not break out. $150.05 again. Coin $150.05. So $150.05. We are shorting coin again. This one is obviously high risk, but it is in a downtrend. It's under pre-market lows. Bitcoin is weak today. The dollar 0.5 on coin. QQQ is pushing for high of day. High is trying to also make another push. Tesla's still underneath the neckline. Microsoft just made a new high. Microsoft did just make a brand new high on the session. Snapchat, we're in the money nicely on Snap by about 7 cents. That one is actually gone from, it was up nicely over 2-3%, and now it's coming in pretty sharply. It looks like it wants to go potentially negative. QQQ right back to high of day. New high of day was just made on this. That is a new 52-week high that was just made on the Qs. AVGO going for a new high of day. Snapchat's falling pretty sharply. Still holding my spot. Q shorts. You can see the Q's basically right back to this high pivot zone. We draw it from that trend line. This intersection, that pivot, you're getting rejected. You did make a new high. Tesla's still underneath the neckline. Amazon selling. Bitcoin selling some more. Apple seeing some distribution. Potentially a 2-minute engulfing candle, bearish engulfing candle. We'll see how that comes to fruition. All right, so now we have our Snapchat shade working out nicely. Snap is working out nicely, which means that we may see more weakness creep into Google and Meta. Look at Snapchat falling pretty sharply there. QQQ is up nicely on the session, 0.71%. Mega divergent. Coin is trying to push up here. Snap is still falling. Semis are strong. At pretty much the low end of the range. It tried breaking out on the 5-minute chart and then got rejected, which is why the markets have bounced nicely. Tesla is trying to get above the neckline, new high on Microsoft. Google's firming. Bitcoin's still selling. All right, so you now have AVGO hitting a double top. Potentially this is where the market, if AVGO weakens, that's going to weigh on the SMH, which will directly affect the Qs. And the semis have been the strongest index today. The semis have been very, very strong. All right, I'm adding to my Q short here, 406.41. 406.41 brings the average up to 405.95. Yeah, I'm on. So we can see Tesla getting rejected at that neckline. It is coming in now. Apple's starting to firm up a little bit more now, but Microsoft's seeing a little bit of a 10-minute distribution candle at the highs of the session. And is getting rejected at the short-term 7-day moving average. So QQQ right now is trying to make higher lows and higher highs. So technically speaking, that is a little bit of an uptrend. You have the Russell in a downtrend, negative on the session. You still have the S&P also negative on the session. And we have one more add entry on the Qs, which is basically going to be a pierce of this 406.75 level. Still holding a Tesla short. Chat short. A QQQ and a SPY short. And a Tupperware long, TUP long. Took profits on a couple trades already this morning, and we're just patiently waiting. There's a record amount of options expiring today. It is a huge, huge quadruple witching hour. I think about 5 trillion in options expiring, which is a hefty amount. Hefty amount. I think the most on record. Snap is still high, but you didn't close with a higher high. That's the only negative for nat gas. It is still up on the session 1.3%, but basically where we bought it for the retrace off of support for that secondary bounce, we caught the initial move up, took profits near the high, waited for the pullback into support. We bought this pivot zone right in here. You can see we pierced to this 240 support area again. So there's a potential that we could actually play it. This is shaping up to be consolidation on nat gas, and there's a potential we could actually trade it again since we have triggered that hourly bullish chart pattern, which is still intact. So I'm going to watch it closely on my other screen, and I'll let you know if I take it again. I made Tesla is still up nicely on the session. Snapchat looks like it wants to go negative. There's a potential large, but we haven't broken the 10-minute neckline. Apple's trying to push back up and break out again. That's why the S&P is trying to go green. It'll be difficult for this market to break down if Apple and Microsoft and NVIDIA are all green. So Apple's curling up some more. Tesla's still underneath that neckline. That's kind of the line in the sand. Let's see. SNAP. Snap is basically almost to that negative side. Snap is on the negative side. Bitcoin might be going for another wave of selling. It got rejected at that 42,000 level. So coin is getting rejected at 150. Buy has not made a higher high. Still creating higher lows on the day, but it needs to take out the high. Apple's above 198 and pushing. The dollar's firming up, pushing up here on the Dixie. The Russell's still negative on the session along with the S&P. They're both down 0.4%, and the Qs are up 0.7. That's a big divergence. That's a whole 1.1% divergence from the S&P and the Qs. What that's telling us is that mega caps are lifting this market right now. The Magnificent Seven, but you still have Google negative, just went negative. You have Tesla slightly positive, NVIDIA up 1.6, Microsoft up 1.4, and Apple negative. It's very hard for the Qs to stay green. So Snapchat just went negative on the session. Sorry, it hasn't gone. Two more penny drop, it'll go negative. We are now seeing the QQQ hitting that upsloping where the S&P broke the wedge, retraced all the way to the high of the wedge, created a higher high, and now it's falling. We will see if we take out this low to negate the trend. Russell new lows, so the IWM is forming a new low. That's going to help our Snapchat and coin trade. Qs are still holding this. So it looks like we're just seeing capital rotating out of Microsoft into Apple, out of Apple into Microsoft today. Back and forth. As Apple's floating up, Microsoft's going down. As Microsoft is floating up, Apple is going down. So it's real no liquidity being sucked out of the market. It's just distribution. But usually distribution leads to a sell-off. And you can see we are selling here on the Qs. We're flat on that trade. Average is 17.12 on Snap. It's now that double top is holding strong right now. Discord trading service at www.tradingcapital.ca. I track all insider buying, selling, mark the unusual buys and sells. You'll have access to all of my trading alerts, swing trades and day trades. I also do daily analysis videos for my members. Each day I summarize what price action has transpired, what support levels we're hitting, what resistance we're hitting, trade setups I'm looking at. I touch base on cryptos, commodities, equities, bonds, yields, and everything else in between. We've been fairly active this December, taking on some new trades in the energy sector, and that's all I'll touch base on. Amazon's now starting to roll over pretty hard here. Still up 1% though. Half running, still holding my Q and SPY short, coin short, Tesla short, and my TUP long. And then move stop loss. I'm going to put 1707, this bearish consolidation breakdown bar. Putting my stop loss there at 1707. Because if you look at the 10-minute chart, all the way down about 1680, 1685, give or take. Off of that initial drop, but have failed to confirm above that high. And you had a heavy 10-minute topping tail on volume occur at that high. Bitcoin's selling off some more now. Coin, we're in the money by about 75 cents per share. That's good to see. All right, so I'm actually going to have to step away from the mic for a couple hours. I'm going to keep this stream. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss on coin trade, so 150.05 break-even stop loss. And if coin falls down to 148, I will take profits on coin at 148. Let me just pull up the coin chart. We'll walk through some of these trades. The Dixie is breaking out here. Just since I am in a few trades, I don't want to leave you guys hanging right now. But coin, if we hit that 148 level on coin, which is the low end of the range, I will take profits on the position. In terms of the SPY, since we are basically now in the money on that trade, what I'm looking at on the SPY is a move back down to 469.28. 469.28 is where I'll look to take some profits on my SPY position. 469.28 is where I'll look to take profits on my SPY position. So I'll just mark that in. Profit target. So this is the profit target on SPY. Profit target on SPY. And basically, if we get a 2-minute close above this previous pivot here, I'll stop out of the trade for a loss on SPY. But I've given you the profit target on SPY. We'll do the profit target on the Qs. Oh, look at Coinbase. Nice big dump. QQQ profit target is looking right around this 404.97. Bitcoin is seeing a hard down the Qs. And then Tesla, obviously we'll touch base on Tesla since we are holding that. Bitcoin's dumping hard here. So coin is going to come into that 148 target pretty sharply here. Bitcoin dollar trying to break out of its high range of consolidation. It is very, very close right now to breaking out on the dollar. We'll see if it can break out. My Tesla target, all right, Qs are dumping here. Microsoft, Apple, Amazon seeing more sell. Profit target on Tesla is going to be right here at this 250.17. And then my stop loss on this trade is if we get another, basically, let me just isolate down this level. If we get a coin down here, I'm going to cover the trade just so that one's off risk. Potentially Bitcoin is making a little. Okay, let's flip back to the Qs. We'll watch that. Nat gas did hit that support level we talked about and is bouncing. Snapchat's still selling. Qs are now still selling. All right, so I'm going to leave this QQQ chart up. I've given you the targets on the trades and stream running. Thank you all for tuning into the morning. I should be back around 2:30, last hour or so. You're welcome there, Meyer, JS Meyer. here from the SPY, the Qs, Coinbase. Snapchat is still trending lower here. I'm seeing semis breaking down. Snapchat did go negative on the session. Meta, so I think we should get down to these profit targets. Tesla is still going against us, but I'm seeing AVGO now breaking down pretty sharply here. It's still up tremendously on the session, but it is pulling off from the highs quite substantially there. So we'll see if we get some more follow through to the downside in this market, but that was a hard red bar down on the Qs. Hey everybody, welcome back to the live stream. I will be on the mic. Just give me a couple minutes here, but I am back in front of my station. I just want to get rushing down all the way to gap fill. So this is a short zone off of the Qs. I am still holding Snapchat shorts, which is just getting demolished. Snapchat is now down on the session close to 2.24% and selling. So beautiful job there. I am still holding a Tesla short. We're basically about just flat on the trade, but that one is coming in now. And basically, those are the two positions long on natural gas. So if we take a look at the natural gas chart, we played Boyle to keep this area. So let's just quickly see once this natural gas chart comes into play. Just bear with me while it's trying to load. Come on, natural gas. Okay, natural gas doesn't want to seem to load. So what we're going to do is just hold on to our snap right now. All right, I'm going to short the Qs here, 405.05. I'm short the Qs, 1/4 position again, 405.05. Short the Qs, 405.05. Short the Qs again, starter position. Starter position. So we're going back to the Honeywell, and we'll see if we can get some more downside. Since it's all the way up here. But we did hit that profit target that I gave you, and then some. We actually dipped, a whole lot lower than that profit target, so that was good to see that our levels worked out pretty well. So I'll just take that away now, and we're back in the QQQ short. Snap, I'm still holding downside. And I still have a variety of swing trades. Coin looks like it wants to take another leg lower. But just give me 1 second and I will be right back. Next ad level in the Qs is a pierce of this pivot zone. A pierce of that pivot zone. I prefer it around that 50-cent mark, 405.50 if we push up. So we're just seeing the Qs struggling at this area. It is looking like it potentially wants to get above it, but it's been struggling all day around this vicinity. And this was caught here in this downdraft, are likely going to be break even. You have the Russell in a big downtrend. The Russell's below pre-market low. SPY is tapping pre-market low as we speak. Dollar softening, which may be giving the markets a little bit of a bounce. Want less volatility. Alright, NVIDIA's 30-minute chart is looking a little weak. The moving averages are starting lower highs in place. Microsoft, Google, they're holding up okay. Meta's holding up okay. AVGO is holding up. But QQQ is getting slightly rejected off this area. Potentially the next lower high is in place. Phil is still, find it hard pressed to see this trying to not get there. Alright guys, I might pick up some nap. So I'm gonna probably pick up some Boyle here. Alright, I'm buying some Boyle here. 28.27. 28.27. It's a 1/4 entry on Boyle. 1/4 entry. We're back into these previous breakout basing. I will add to the position basically down here. So we will add to the position at boil if it breaks this area. 27.65 is the next entry. It is up over 2.36%, and there's a shot that it could actually break all the way up to its gap fill up here today. I would not be surprised. But you are seeing some profit taking right now. Fuck. So that's certainly interesting to see. All right, peace, dog.
Peace, bro. I'm gonna come back and solve it.
Okay. I have a short on the Qs, puts on NVIDIA, short on Snap still. So we want these 0 DTEs to get in the money. Qs are still falling some more now, so this is good to see. QQQ could be coming up to form a little micro head and shoulders. You want to see it for a right shoulder formation off of this level now. So we'll watch that closely. All right, Snap is getting a bounce. Semis are starting to weaken just a little bit. All right, big bounce coming in the Qs. Big bounce coming in the Qs. There's a potential 10-minute head and shoulders pattern on Tesla. Lots of little bearish flow still occurring. All right, so the broad market is bouncing here. We are getting a bounce. Snapchat, NVDA, they're all getting a big bounce. They are all getting a big bounce. Qs are right back up. So watching the $3 break on the CMND, it could push us all the way up to 329, 330. So Apple's actually trying to break out here. So we're still holding a snap short, QQQ short, puts on NVIDIA. And now we wait. All right, not all rock bottom, not all gaps. Let's see what you're saying there. Not all gaps to be filled, just small corrections. They sold some 140 target covered calls. Thought there would be a line today, but what a drop there today. I haven't actually looked at target. Let's take a peek at target. TGT. Still holding a Boyle long. JS Meyer, thoughts on your are you in an ES short? Is cat trading as well? Is the cat? Yeah, actually, Gigi, my cat, was actually just with me momentarily. She always likes kind of bananas for it, so she certainly helps trade there. I'm in terms of what I'm holding chart of target. Yeah, so I mean, target's been grinding. We'll see. All right, Qs are coming down. So is NVIDIA now. There's a potential head and shoulders on Tesla. I'm still holding my Tesla short from earlier this morning. If we look at the Tesla chart, and you can also actually see it now on the QQQ chart, there's another head and shoulders potentially about to play out here. If you break this neckline, you know you have a move from 405.17. So call it about a 86-cent move down from this neckline potentially. Let's look at Tesla because Tesla's actually been a strong horse today. You know, Tesla's up 0.38%. Really, the strength in the Qs is coming from semiconductors, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google, Apple. Well, Apple was actually negative for a chunk. TSLA. Sorry, let me fix the screen. So the dollar's really softened here. The dollar has softened quite substantially on the 1-minute chart. So that's actually bullish for Tesla if it can hold above this neckline. But then you look at, say, the 10-minute chart, and this is where trading gets really, really interesting because it's so Tesla is trying to break out of a 1-minute inverse head and shoulder. Let me just erase some of these trend lines. Now you have this longer term uptrend. You break this uptrend, and then Tesla will fall lower. But the head and shoulders that I am looking at potentially on Tesla is here on the 10-minute chart, with that being the neckline. You know, again, this is not technically valid until it triggers the neckline, so we're just kind of front running a pattern here. We're carving out a potential right shoulder, but let me be clear, there has been a little micro one that has triggered, and the Qs are now coming down. The QQQ is coming down. So Tesla's actually looking like it wants to trend a little bit higher here. This upside target on Tesla really takes you to about 253.04, but it's going to need to take the Qs to firm. I mean, it can diverge from the Qs, but it's just, it would rather have a tailwind from the Qs as opposed to a headwind. It did literally trigger this little mini head and shoulders, so Tesla gets a retrace up into this vicinity. It should be a short. Now you do have some downsloping resistance, which you're battling through right now. You haven't been able to really confirm above it, but you're trying to get above this resistance right now. But this neckline is big. We'll watch that closely. So far we are out of the money, but we only have a, what is it? I believe we have a half position short in Tesla right now. We have a 1/4 position short in the Qs. We have a 3/4 position short in Snap. And look at coin dumping. Coinbase is actually dumping pretty hard there, so that's good to see. That is really good to see for coin. That one's just one of the more overbought names in the market. Qs are trying to catch a small bid here. Dollar still softened up, still holding an NVIDIA put, a 0 DTE. All right, NVIDIA is still coming down from our entry. Tesla's pushing up. My kitty cat is back. All right, so the Qs are still struggling at this area where we took it back here about 15 minutes ago. Still struggling. Apple's getting a big pop though, so that's going to certainly help the market instead of hinder it. But then you're seeing NVIDIA selling a little bit. Amazon's moving up. Meta's moving up. Google's moving up. Microsoft's moving up. So net, it's likely we're going to break through this area, especially if you have Apple and Microsoft moving up in tandem. It's going to take an awful lot of selling for those two, for the market to not break through this area if they're moving up. Big rejection there on Qs. NVIDIA put is caps. You know, it's still outperforming the Qs. It's up 1.29%. The Qs is only up 0.38. The SPY is down 0.62, and the Russell's down 0.83. So it's very difficult when you have the SPY and the Russell down, but the Qs are positive. Apple's still very strong right now. Same thing with Microsoft, and it's your Apple. You're getting a really big 10-minute candlestick, a really big 10-minute candle. To pick up here. Coming in the QQ cube. So an Apple. NVIDIA is still selling though. So here comes a big move down and down. Profits still bouncing. I'm still holding a Boyle trade as well. Slightly down on that, but it was just an entry. We still have 3 levels to add at in the event it goes lower. So our average on Boyle's at 28.27. This is just a day trade. I have my next levels where I'll accumulate basically 10 to 15 cents lower. All right, so Amazon's ripping here, and Tesla's not really participating. So you have XLY getting some flow money, or some money flow, I should say. Qs are now pushing back up. All right, so getting a big push in the S&P and the Qs, directly correlating with a dollar fall and a retracement. Still not participating in this little surge. If it does, then we're going to get another big. So Amazon's hitting now a double. So NVIDIA is pushing up, not there yet. You can see it's at this upsloping resistance right now. Decent amount of volume that was just traded in that one candle. I am looking, there is a, believe it or not, a potential bullish pattern on the 3-minute QQQ chart, which actually could take us all the way back up to a new high of day 407 today. I'm just going to monitor it closely. So Qs are finding some sellers there. But I'll show you the 3-minute chart pattern that I'm looking. I'm just going to keep it on, but we do have a potential little break here on the Qs. Here at this neckline is going to be very, very important. This little back test holder, this could be a little bit of a bullish pattern. Take a look at that. That upside takes you to basically 406. So we're just going to continue to watch it to see how we respond at this neckline. But you did get a high volume breakout there. So far, it is potentially trying to move up here. So anyone that's short, just be careful. There is this upside bias that has potentially triggered this pivot yet. So I'll actually draw where that pivot is. So the big level's down here. Still holding my puts on NVIDIA. Still watching nat gas, oil. Oil hasn't really moved to our next target yet to add to the position. The dollar's getting a little bounce now. So we're into the last 30 minutes here. There could be a late day flush profit taking ahead of Friday. The market's just OPEX there is in history that expires today. So Qs are still just holding up okay. They're basically retracing back to our thing. This is the pivotal area for the Qs, still around this little neckline that it needs to hold in order for this pattern to still be valid. Giving up most of its gains. So our puts almost went in the money there by about 3 cents, but NVIDIA is now trying to bounce. All right, I'm just going to flip back to the Qs, even though NVIDIA's also got some crazy volatility here. 30 minutes, we could expect a wild move. Like there could be a big move in either direction right now. So we're back to break even on the Qs. Now we're up in the position. It is dropping. Qs are dropping. Get ready to secure some profits late in the session. If those 489 puts go in the money, I will secure profits. And I'm going to keep a short leash on that put on. I will be closing that. But Qs right now are seeing a little bit of, they're retracing back to that little bit of a 3-minute pattern. So basically, you are getting a nice little technical retrace. You're below. All right, so we are getting a little bit of a flush here. Qs are still at that support trend line. So Qs are bouncing right now. They're holding. They are holding. NVIDIA is pushing up. Yields are still negative on the session. You have Amazon making a new high of day. So Amazon is making a new high of day, getting above 150. That's a little hard to keep shorting this indice here. So Just got to keep a short leash on these puts on NVIDIA and a short leash on the short. Obviously, it's only just a 1/4 entry on the Qs, so we haven't even added. We haven't even built up a core position yet. And the 0 DTEs, obviously, they could get away from us. Tesla, we're slightly losing on that one. That's short position. That one's about, what is it, 13 cents out of the money right now on our short trade. Still only a half position there. We're basically flat on NVIDIA, slightly up on the position. QQQs were just slightly down. Tesla were slightly down. Snapchat were deep in the money there. Already secured profits earlier with runners left on the table. All right, so the market is mixed right now. The S&P is getting hit and sold off there. The Russell as well, but the Qs are still holding firm. So mega cap tech is still holding up this market late into the session here. We have about 18 minutes. Again, OPEX, we could see some wild moves in individual tickers, both to the up and to the down. Things typically diverge late in the session. Things do typically diverge late in the session. So to sum things up right now, you have tech up, yields down, dollar up, VIX, the UVXY is up, showing some signs of accumulation. Natural gas up on the session, oil is just slightly positive but relatively flat. Majority of sectors are down in the indices. You have two sectors green and all other S&P sectors. Amazon is up 1.77, Meta's up 0.94. NVIDIA up 1.32. NVIDIA was the powerhouse stock in terms of mega caps today up until Amazon in this last 2 hours surged and passed it. So it's flipped NVIDIA from being the strongest mega cap of the day. So a few commodities are also down. You have copper down, lumber up. Still holding my Q short entry. Hopefully nat gas gets a bit of a bid here, but the volatility seems to be getting sucked out of nat gas. Again, I'd be surprised if we get a hard rally and pump. I would not be surprised if we flush, because most sectors, they've been propping up the market through the good old-fashioned technique, keeping technology strong, while the rest of the market sells off all day and distribution occurs. And then late in the session, they can just drop a couple names, the mega caps, 7 specifically, and then it could force the market even lower. So lots of interesting stuff that could occur here late in the session. Guys, keep your eye on natural gas boil. It's coming late down into the session. This one may be a loss here because we're kind of running out of time. So hindsight, probably shouldn't have taken this trade, but it is coming up into its next support pivot. So just keep natural gas. Our boil trade is down about 25 cents. Starter position again. Starter position, but I am looking to buy a little bit more here at boil around the 27.73 area. So we're about 28 cents away from potentially adding, but we are kind of running out of time on this trade. All right, so it just seems like right now, the last 12 minutes, the market is just pinned in this tight range. All right, markets are trying to push up now. So Microsoft had a little down candle, Google had a little down candle, Apple's still holding, Tesla's still holding, Amazon's still moving, Meta's pulled off of its little rally, but still holding relatively okay. I think around this same resistance trend line. Up in this vicinity, I'll add to my position. You can see we're trying to get above this pivot now. We're running into that. We are trying to get above. Volume is coming in. Big volume coming in. But usually this move happens a little later on. 9 minutes. But it is pump dumping though. Apple's got a big down candle. So Apple's doing the exact opposite of the market. Huge down candle on Apple. Heavy volume. Tesla's pushing. NVIDIA is still staying neutral. Take a look what's happening with Apple. All right, guys, I'm about to add to my, look at Apple's candle versus the 405.80. It's pushing up some more now. So Qs are all the way up to 405.90, 399 and pushing. SPY is breaking out here. Qs are still ripping. NVIDIA is still stuck in a range. QQQ position at that 405.80. Brought our average up nicely. All right, I'm going to, if we tap 406, I'm going to add it again. All right, 406 was just tapped there. 406 was just tapped. I added to my short position again at 406. My average is now at 405.78. Remember, the upside target could still take us all the way to 406.80. That's where our next little entry would be. Dollar is still also moving up. Apple's still got a weird down candle. NVIDIA is still range bound. So I'm kind of suspect of this move. Still have 7 minutes left. NVIDIA is still selling off despite this rally. So is Apple. So our NVIDIA inputs are still up in the money. Our NVIDIA puts are still ripping. Apple's now seeing a bounce. High of day. Microsoft is pushing. Again, I'm still holding those. QQQ, our average is sitting here at 405.7 at the high end of this range. You can see it's just holding there. NVIDIA puts are 36 cents away from going in the money. Amazon's now seeing a pretty big down candle. Well, it's trying to get rejected at the highs on the 10-minute basis. Apple's still seeing heavy volume. Russell's strong. SPY is also strong on that 10-minute. You have the dollar also moving up. All right. NVIDIA puts 29 cents away from NVIDIA puts are in the money. Please secure your profits there. NVIDIA puts just tapped at 489. Actually, they pierced 489. So NVIDIA puts just when look at this Q drop here. Look at this Q drop. Here we go. This is why we shorted. I said the move might have happened too early. They use that as liquidity. NVIDIA puts there 488.90. We're in the money. Let's go. All right, put a break even stop loss on the Qs here. NVIDIA puts. I am securing profits on NVIDIA puts. 4 minutes left in the session. Bang, those 0 DTs winning the money. All right, I'm still holding my QQQ short. It is bouncing a little bit here. QQQs. All right, I've got my break-even stop on the Qs just in case we keep bouncing. It is bouncing. We took profit in an epic bounce. So epic bounce. Probably should have taken profits there. All right, we just got stopped out on the Qs. What an epic market. Holy shit. What an epic market. That's insane. Wow. What price action. This is incredible. Watch. And again, whenever they pump that too soon, like I've seen it where they pump it in the last 1 or 2 minutes into the close. But again, our NVIDIA 0 DTEs went in the money here. and we secured profits, baby, on those shorts. Thank you very much, inputs. Thank you, markets. You just got to sometimes know how they love to do these shenanigans. I said, pumping this market last 10 minutes, I said that was too soon. It's almost like if you've seen Fast and the Furious where Vin Diesel's racing and who was it? Tashawn Walker in one of the earlier ones pushes nitrous right ahead of Vin Diesel thinking he's going to win, and then Vin Diesel comes back soaring and roaring. It's almost like the Bulls pushed the nitrous, the gas can, just a little too soon, where you kind of got that suspect feeling that it was going to reverse lower, and now we got that big dump candle. So it's always tough chasing. You see that and everyone gets excited, including myself. But you never want to chase these types of moves. I mean, they're always very, very like they like that volatility. They crush you on options. That IV, skyrockets, and people get spooked when they see those P&Ls just changing so fast. You could be down 80% to up 100%, in a matter of a minute, sometimes seconds. Stable out into the close here. We have 2 minutes to market because that was an epic volatility. You're seeing the Qs getting absolutely wrecked here into the close. Still positive. S&P down, Russell down, Qs down, dollars ripping into the close. You should see it. Take a look at that Dixie chart. But look where we're tapping on the Qs, right in this beautiful channel. It's pretty epic. And now you're actually you're trying to pierce that area. Wow. What epic price action. We only caught the down move with NVIDIA and Qs. Some people catch the up and the down. But epic volume. Huge volume here. Look at this, people. Wow. Markets are closed. Qs finish green. Look at this aftermarket bouncing around still. Wildly insane. On that note, Apple closed down 0.5%. I'll just run through the indices really quickly. So Apple closed down 0.5%, NVIDIA up 1.12%, Microsoft up 0.8%, Tesla up 0.87%, AMD up 0.81%, Bitcoin down 1.84%, Coin down 3.74%. The SOXX, the semiconductors as a whole, closed up 0.4%. Definitely showing some strength. 489 puts. So good job if you were able to trade and make some money today. Fridays are always nice to end on a positive note. Certainly we were able to bank. Unfortunately, our Boyle trade, this one I did say 2 winners, 1 loss. The winners were certainly much bigger than the losing trade, considering this was just a 1/4 position and the other ones were a little bit larger and more gain. Tesla, I'm still holding my Tesla shorts overnight, so we'll just have to be patient with that one. And we'll just see how things progress. But thank you all for tuning in. Definitely, I'll be doing some market research over the weekend. I may do a live video analysis on Sunday evening just to see if anyone has some tickers that they want to watch and me to do some analysis on. But I'll try to cover a little bit of content on what is going on in the broad market as a whole. The majority of sectors actually closed negative today. You only had 2 sectors green. The XLY, so consumer discretionary, Tesla and Amazon, and basically the XLK technology. So definitely a lot of selling that took place under the hood of this market today. But overall, if you were positioned in tech, you would have been okay, generally speaking. But if you weren't, then you got hit on the downside. Thank you all for